Welcome back to another Island 54 development stream where I'm working on my survival crafting MMO. So yesterday I got most of the way through not yesterday, sorry, day before, I got through most of my client-side netcode. So this was the bits to handle chunk invalidations and reliably sending acknowledgements for those. Hello, random guy, welcome back. The code didn't quite work though. There was a demo I did at the end of the stream where there was something funny going on when I had two instances of the game running. The players couldn't see each other, and I suspected there was something going wrong in the invalidation messages. Like when I threw in a breakpoint, I didn't see exactly what I expected in the packets going between the two, the client and the server. So today I was hoping to kind of work on that after the stream, but got distracted with other business I needed to do. So what I'm going to do today is work on some unit tests to get the to work out what might be going wrong in there. It's a bit too difficult to test that kind of code in real time because there are things happening every 10th of a second and packets going back and forth asynchronously. So it's going to be much easier to resolve this with some unit testing. So that is going to be my focus for this morning. And if I get through it quickly, I'll be able to move on to something a bit more interesting than netcode. So I'm going to start out unit testing. There are two components I need to unit test. I need to unit test the new client-side invalidation manager and the associated classes. And if that's working, then I also need to write some unit tests for my apply delta, because I've mentioned a couple of times that on the server, I've written this code that takes a packet that we've sent out to the client and then applies it to the server's copy of the client state. But this code is untested. It's not trivial code. There's a lot of very complex spread operators going on here. Achievements to your game. Yeah, that's awesome, random guy. I imagine the code for achievements would end up being fairly similar to the code that I did for onboarding, because you're basically setting up triggers and firing off stuff in response to those triggers. I don't remember how kind of well I did that code though, so I can't remember how generic I made my onboarding code. It's also going to probably be fairly closely related to if you end up having a statistics screen, like, how many trolls have you killed in my game is something that would have a lot of tie-ins to any onboarding system and any achievement system. Okay, so in here, I mean, when I think about it, this is probably the riskiest code because it is a complicated piece of code, especially in here. And I know that the equivalent code, so the opposite code, the one that generates the deltas, it's also fairly complex, and it did have a lot of bugs in it when I wrote unit tests for that. But I won't start over here. I will instead start on the client side, given this is the space that my head is in at the moment. We know that the code is pretty... There's a couple of things that I know are true. For example, we know that process message from server definitely gets called and it definitely passes through the message. I mean, there's no point in testing this because it's just obviously true. In a commercial product, I should point out, it would be worth writing a test to say, when a message gets passed in here, make sure that there's a corresponding call to here, because you don't want some other developer coming through later and deciding this call doesn't need to be here, and you want them to cause a test failure. But I'm not going to test this because I'm the only developer on here and the methods are well named. I'm not going to come back here and go, oh, why is this here? The other thing that I'm not going to test is process message from client. Now, this one's a little bit more contentious in my mind. Again, I can see for sure that it definitely gets called whenever, well, there's a fairly big function. Whenever we're doing an update, there's a check somewhere in here to make sure that we're meant to be sending a packet out at the correct frequency. I think I should check that. But then we do unconditionally, just before sending out the client message, we do go and process the message from the client. So I am very confident this is being called. My only concern would be, is this function itself being called at the correct rate? Is this call here at the correct spot in this call chain? But let's ignore that for now. Assume this works. So then what I want to do is I want to actually test the bits of code in here. Again, this one's boring. But once we come down here, it starts to get a bit more interesting. So I need to think about the behaviors I want to test. I want to make sure that when an ACK comes in from a server, it stops generating. When an ACK comes in from the server, an appropriate ACK comes in from the server, we want the client to stop generating certain ACKs. So let's get a unit test for that. I don't know why I have two test directories here. It's a bit of a worry. Oh, I've obviously just been having troubles with .NET at some point and had troubles with my assembly. I assume I can just... I can't remember how to do testing in Unity. Let's just see if I can just run tests from here. No, it looks like I can't. Can I do it from inside Unity? I can't remember how to do tests. Give me a moment to find this. Test runner, there it is. And then just for example, let's just run this one. And those tests pass, for example. Okay, so this isn't ideal. I'd rather be... I'm testing code that has nothing to do with Unity at the moment, and I think I'd rather have a test module somewhere in here that doesn't require Unity to run it. But I don't want to mess around with... I don't want to mess around with assemblies and things at the moment, so I'll ignore that. And instead, I'll just take something like test chunk. I'll actually just copy this because it makes a good example. And then let's do test. What am I going to call it? Well, let's test the handler first. Yeah, the handler is actually an interesting one to test. You'll see why in a moment. Why am I doing that? I have no idea what that code's doing there. Well, welcome for joining Credits for Cats. I know the timing doesn't work out for everyone, but hopefully you can join for a future stream. Yeah, thank you for popping in. Okay, so I'm just trying to remember how to write tests here, to be honest. All right, let's look at the chunk invalidation handler. What do we want to test in here? The actual behavior is we call start, we expect it to go off and fetch something from the entity service. Now, this isn't ideal because we don't want to have the entity service running while just for the sake of running tests. So I'll have to have a bit of a think about what this code does. And then what else does this code do? Yeah, then it just sets the state to fetched. So we really just want to public void test successful fetch. And I'll just put a comment in here. When an invalidation handler is created and started, we expect it to be in the fetching state. So I'm going to do a to-do start an invalidation handler. Oh, well, let's just write that code then. Var invalidation is going to be a new chunk invalidation handler. This needs a message ID. I really don't care. New UUID dot to proto. And we need a chunk. Oops, what have I done there? There we go. U equals 0, V equals 0. All right, we just need a dummy invalidation. It really doesn't matter what we're putting in here. That needs to be one of those. There we go. So we have an invalidation. Invalidation.start. Let's first assert Yeah, I hate stubbing toes. That can be pretty painful. Fetching to do mock a completion. Oops, a completion. And then we want to assert dot equals. Well, let's just do the whole. That should be fetched. So the thing that makes this a slightly interesting class to test is we need to be able to control. We need the test to work when the entity service isn't running, and we need to be able to fake an entity request being completed. So we can't do that at the moment. If you look down in here, and the reason is this query async, this goes and generates, I mean, this does the work it's meant to do. The job of this entity client is to go and generate these messages, send them out to the other services, gather the results, and return them. The job of this class here is really just to do those same things, but its real job is in managing this state variable and managing these parameters that are over here. Its job is not to go and, populate query parameters. Well, it is. Its job here is to work out what we're actually querying for, but its job is not to go and generate JSON payloads and parse things or anything like that. So this code here simply does not belong in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mock this out. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to move this here out into a separate method. if I can. Yep, extract method called perform query. This will actually get taken out in a second. So there's perform query. Now, I actually want to move this out into a separate class. And then I want to pass an instance of that class in up here. Number letters, I'll have to go and, I've got them kind of scrawled on different bits of paper, and so I'm going to have to go and find my little bits of paper to put it back together. But I'm happy to do that. Okay. So I'm going to make a new interface in here called chunk invalidation query performer. And all this is going to have on it is that. I'm not sure if I can mark this async. No. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement this interface. Is there an implement? How do I implement? It's a bit weird. I thought I could. I wish I had JetBrains in the chat now. They'd be able to tell me how to do that. That's all right. I'm just going to put it in the top here. I'm just going to put a default implementation, which is not that. It's going to be that. He's going to implement a chunk invalidation query performer. Is that how you do it? Oh, impl. I'm just going to put an impl on the end. Default. Implement that. Then back here, take this code and do that. There we go. So I've now got a class that can do the default thing. I will put in here, I presume I can put a static chunk invalidation query performer. I'm going to call it default. And that is just going to be a new default one of those. There we go. So what I can now do, is this just saying it's unused? It doesn't match. Oh, it wants it to be called I. Yeah, all right. I will use their coding conventions. That is always safer. I feel like I'm going to have to do an early coffee break today. I'm feeling very uncaffeinated. Let's see how I go. So now what I can do is I can go and put well, it's just an extra parameter in here. Sorry, random guy. I figured that was a mistake. What am I trying to do? What I want to do in here is I want to add an extra parameter in here, which is going to be an I chunk invalidation query performer. There we go. I'm going to make a second version of this constructor, which is not going to pass one of those. This is just so I can make it a default, give it a default value, but also have it at the start of the list of parameters. So all this is going to do is call same thing with chunk invalidation query performer dot default, the message ID and the chunk. Okay, that's not how you do it. How do you delegate a constructor? What? So what I'm doing at the moment, random guy, is I'm trying to take this this call to the entity client, and I'm trying to make it so that I can substitute something else in here for when I'm testing. So I don't want it to actually call out to the entity client because I don't care when a result comes back while we're doing this, while we're handling a chunk invalidation. We don't really care what the list of entities is that comes back, and we don't want the entity service to have to be running to do the test. So I'm just trying to make this handler not depend on the query service. That way, when it's being used in the real implementation, it will call out to the query service, but when I'm just testing it, it will just pretend to call out to the query service. This is a fairly standard way of doing testing, but right here is the thing I'm just having troubles with at the moment. I'm just trying to have two versions of the constructor and have it call the same piece of code. Just give me one moment. I just need to C# constructor delegation. No, it's not a delegate that I want. I want constructor calling another constructor. Oh, yeah, this is how you do it in C#. I don't know why I didn't think of this. There we go. Let me just get my OBS window back so I can see chat. I've lost OBS. There it is. Bad jokes. One, you know the rule, random guy. One bad joke. I've heard a bunch of bad jokes over the last few days, but they're all a bit too rude. What should a sick bird do? It'll be something to do with go to the hospital. Nothing to do with hospitals. Doctor. No idea. What should a sick bird do? Random go. Okay, get tweetment. Oh, that's actually not bad. So in here, I need to store a reference to this. There it is. We've got a reference to the performer. So down in here, where I was awaiting this, I no longer need to do that. We can actually await performer.perform query. Now this code can go away. Now this seems like a very roundabout way of doing things, but you'll notice that this code no longer has any dependency at all on the entity service. Instead, it has a dependency on one of these chunk invalidation query performers. Now this happens to have a dependency on the entity client if we call default. Field can be made read-only. Yeah, let's just clean up our warnings. So any other code that was calling into this will get that old behavior still, because it will still get one of these, which does indeed call out to the query service. However, what I can now do is back in my test, rather than calling this version of the constructor, I can actually pass it my own query performer. So let's do a new test query performer. I'm actually going to pull this out into a field. Oh no, a field. Where's that? Like that. Yeah, there we go. We're going to make this one a query performer. Define this class locally. And here we go. We can now do whatever we want in here. And it'll all be, we can now control, using this class, we can come up with a mock query performer that we can control. So we can tell it that when it gets started in here, it will wait. It'll just keep on waiting. And then once we get into here, we'll have something called, I don't know, public void complete request. I don't know what this will do in here. This will have to do something. Complete the task to do create a blocking task. So I don't know what this code will look like. But in here, now to mock a completion, all we have to do is we have to do query performer dot complete request. Okay, so let's create a blocking task. I have no idea how to do that. This is going to be pretty straightforward though. There's probably something called like a completable task or something. Return new completable. Okay, what kind of tasks have we got? C# create task for later completion. I don't know. This would be pretty common in testing. Okay, this looks exactly like our case. I'm trying to write a unit test that must mock an async method that returns task. I simply need a task that indicates the task completed. Okay. This looks good. What does task.delay do? Still doesn't like this. Is something not there's something I'm not doing right here. C# task.delay. Wait indefinitely is what I want. So yes, I do want -1. And then this, I probably need to tell it that it's going to be an entity array. No, still not happy. I'm a bit confused here. So here I can give it a function. This is almost what I want. This is frustrating. Method, delegate, or event. No, this is expecting a function that returns an entity array. Oh, I need to tell it how many there are? Is that all it is? Yes, that was all it is. But the problem is I also want to make this wait indefinitely. Now, I can probably do that with some sort of a signal. I'll just make sure we don't have... Okay, I'm not sure if this is the right way to do it, but I'm just going to create some sort of a lock object. A wait handle sounds about right. So private. Normally, if I were familiar with C#, this would be a lot faster to develop. And but let's just see what we get here. A new, hang on a second, here we go. Let's create a new yeah, let's use an event. Auto reset event. I don't really care what kind of reset we've got here. Initial state is false. So then what I can do is I can then do _handle dot wait. We'll wait forever. And then we'll return. And then down in here, what I'll do. Next devlog is coming out this weekend. So Sunday evening US time is my plan. I can't always promise things will come out on time because I do sometimes have other things come up. Often very unexpectedly. So yeah, Sunday night will be the next devlog episode. That's the planned release date. think that's right. Hang on, the US time zones confuse me. It's Monday, so I actually try to release them kind of midnight my time on Sunday night, so very first thing Monday morning, um, uh, which would be, is that Sunday evening your time? I think it's Sunday during the day. I think today is Friday for me, so I'm just going to have to look this up. Midnight Monday, PDT, AEST, AEST, PDT. Oh, so there we go, Sunday morning. Yep, Sunday morning your time. How do you set or trigger a... How do I actually unlock it or... Set. Of course, it's going to be something as simple as set. That's not right. Here we go. All right. So this code here will... When we create one of these, we get one of these auto reset events. The code, when we try to perform a query, goes and waits on this handle. So it just sits here and waits forever. And then once this event actually gets set, it will go and return a value. Over here, the complete request, on the other hand, waits until, well, it goes and sets this event, allowing this to proceed through. So when we call start in here, we know that it'll go and call this code. And then we call complete request, it will allow this code to finish. So I reckon this test should now work. Now, as I said, if I were more familiar with C#, this would be a much simpler process. Refresh, how do I refresh this? Got a compile error, which is just up here. We'll hopefully add a new test in here somewhere. Here we go, chunk invalidation handler. Let's run this test. And that failed. I most likely assume this is an error in my test, but let's see. Chunk invalidation handler, line 18. Oh, assert.equals should not be used for assertions. Really? I must have to do this. All right, so we're going idle, fetching, fetched, fetched, fetching. Okay. Fingers crossed. Run the test and still failed. And here we have actually failed one of these tests. That's interesting. Line 25. So it's failing down here. I'll get a breakpoint on here. I think I also want a breakpoint over in my chunk invalidation handler, because this is the bit of code. Well, I'm expecting it to run this. So I'm going to get a breakpoint just after, well, before and after here. Let's run that test again. And what I'm going to be looking at while this is stepping through, I'm going to make sure that I'm running on the one thread. I expect to be running on the one thread. So this is the thread that the test is running on. So it's just got some ID number ending in 216. I step down. It doesn't get to that other line. It instead gets to this complete request. That's to be expected. That's because we have this await. Now, when I do the complete request, F8, yes. So I suspect what's happening here is I need to be able to pass control back to the back to this code here. So this code has kind of fired, but I need some sort of a yield in here. Now, what's the best way of doing that? I've got a feeling that code I had down here will do what I want. I unfortunately deleted that code. Did I? Test chunk. There we go. What did this code do? Oh no, that's not quite what I want. I'm not sure how best to handle this. So what I need, after I call complete request, I need a way of just blocking this thread for a moment. Task dot completed task 0. What does that do? So I think what this will do is this will effectively wait for 0 milliseconds, but I think that will allow other stuff to run. Hello, welcome back, Monty Logic. Currently writing unit tests for some of my netcode because it's not quite working. It's almost working. And then once I'm done with this, I'll be able to move off netcode for the time being, which will be nice. My goal then will be to work towards some playtesting, like some public playtesting, get this stuff deployed up into the cloud. So I don't actually know what that will involve. Okay. I think that this will allow the other task to complete. Let's actually move that down into here. That's where it belongs. Okay, try running the test again. We'll hit some breakpoints. I'm going to call completed request, delay. What happened? Still failed. I mean, this is a bit hacky, but let's just put a decent delay in here just for the sake of it. I'm expecting us to hit this breakpoint over here. I'm trying to get us to hit this breakpoint. Yeah, all right, let's hit run on this one. We run. Oh, this is frustrating. It feels as though this is never actually completing. All right, view breakpoints. Let's just get rid of all my breakpoints. And I'm going to try something else. Do I ever get through here? And I'm also going to put a console.log. No, hang on, how do I do a log? Debug.log. Before delay. And here. And after delay. I can't do this using breakpoints because I really want to be able to just step forward here and see it get to this line here. This was meant to be a simple test. What's just happened? Hang on. Oh, I accidentally ran my game. Let's not run the game. Let's run the test. And the game can't run at the moment because I don't have the server running. That's what that exception was just then. What? It's never even coming in here? Chunk invalidation handler. Let's turn this one on. And then I'll just step in from here. There is something very funky going on here. Okay, in here I'm going to step in. So I'm going to step into this perform query, which should go into my test implementation. Which it does. We return a new task. That task never even runs. Oh, do I need to call like start on this or something? uh, um, okay, hold on. No, that doesn't seem right. There's, oops, sorry, wrong key. There's clearly something I'm not understanding about tasks here. Okay, let's get rid of that to do because that's what I'm trying to do in here. Can I instead do that in here and we're going to return I very much doubt this will work. But I'll give it a shot. I've got a feeling what's going to happen here is this is just going to block the entire thing so that the test will just never complete, is my suspicion here. Because I think it will start to block up in here. And then once that blocks, it'll never get down to here, which means that this will never complete. But yeah, we can just try it out. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do some reading about... Oh, here we go. This is kind of looking... Oh, no, we already knew this was going to work. I am correct that it never finished. Oh, I think I've just killed it. Restarting Unity. Where do I need my breakpoint? I need a breakpoint on here, I think. Yep, that does appear to be the issue. It's just blocking indefinitely on here. Unfortunately, this is actually locking up the entire Unity process. So I have to restart that again. So that means that the old code was slightly better. So I'll just get back to here, even though it didn't actually work. So what I really need to do is find a way of getting this code to actually run. No, I don't have a name for it yet. I mean, it's technically called demo. I can't remember why I called it demo. I'll definitely tell everyone what it is once I have a name. Okay. Yeah, maybe random guy. I'll have to think about it because finding good names is it's not just about coming up with a name that kind of sounds good. It needs to be something that's searchable and that I can get the domain for and all that kind of stuff. So I have to have a bit of a think about how I'll choose the name. Maybe I'll come up with a few options and put it to a vote on Discord or something like that. I can't work out what I'm meant to be doing here. I kind of understand that this task is I mean, this is clearly just never running. I mean, let's just try this for a second. I'm really clutching at straws here. Play mode. Okay, start may not be called on a promise style. That's fine. I don't want async on there. Can I see this delay actually happening in here? Yeah, I've got a feeling that this is not yielding out to here. I want this task to be able to run, and I'm just not seeing it run. I'll also put a debug.log in here. Before wait one, and we'll do an after wait one. I've got a breakpoint on here. So now when I run it, I should hit that breakpoint, and I should see a 1 second delay when I step through. So I step instantly. Now I should see a 1 second delay. I press F8 on 3, 2, 1 now. No, it comes straight through. All right. So this delay is not actually doing anything. It's creating a task. I do .wait. What does that do? All I want to do is let control go back to that other task. There we go. There's a 1 second delay. So that's at least working now. So now if I come back to my actual invalidation handler, no, not my invalidation handler. I want up in here. Did I see that code run? No, this never ran. We never saw before. Wait one. Get this code to run. Is it as simple as that? Get rid of all my breakpoints again. Because I should be able to see from the logging. We should see a before wait one log message come up. There we go. Before wait one, after wait one. Still not working, but this is now a lot further along. I think that, well, I'll try commenting this line out because I don't want that. I want to see if it still gets into my wait one code regardless. So let's do a rerun of that test. Why is that not working? Here we go. It was just taking a while or something. Here we go. Okay, so I didn't need to do any of this stuff. Handle.set does seem to be enough to get through to here. Then so it's definitely coming through here. It's definitely going to be returning this empty array, which means we should be hitting this breakpoint now, I think. Let's try it. What's happened here? Something's not happy. Run the test. Here we go. Yes, we are hitting this breakpoint. This is good. Entities is coming back as empty. So this is definitely my test code running in here, like my mock code running in here. We do set the state to be fetched. And it fails. Oh, I didn't mean to run the test again. It's failing in here on line 26 of my test. Test line 26. Okay, what I think is happening here, if I come back and so I've got a breakpoint on here. This is the one we just hit where we confirmed that our locking code is working. We've got a breakpoint here when we assert. What I think is happening is we're still hitting this breakpoint earlier, which is going to be an issue. Probably easy enough to resolve if that's the case. So we come in here, we run this test again. I bet you we hit the assertion code first. Yep, which is not ideal. So, and then we hit the code that actually updates the state. Task.delay. Just going to try this again. Still doesn't work. Still in the wrong order. And if I just put an actual delay in here, like, I don't know, 100 milliseconds, I don't want the code to do this because this is just, this will get annoying. If I'm running this test 1,000 times, then, or if I've got a whole bunch of tests like this, it's going to take forever to run my tests. But it still does this anyway. What else can I do here? I need a way of holding up this code just here. Until this has had a chance to execute. This is still running correctly, isn't it? Just let this code run through, make sure that we are getting to the end of that lock. Yep, we are getting to the end of the lock. I want to try getting this get this test working in a way that I don't need to use breakpoints. So at least like work out what's going wrong without breakpoints. Get rid of the breakpoint. And what we get here is, okay, this isn't what I expected. I am seeing it get to after wait 1 before it checks the assertion. What does that mean? It's getting to here. It's returning this empty array. And it's doing this before it's checked this assertion. I'm just going to run this again without the breakpoints just to make sure that me hitting the breakpoint before didn't change the order of things. If Unity shut down tomorrow, I'd probably go over to Godot. It would just be simpler for me because my existing code is all in C#. If I had to go over to Unreal, I'd have to re-implement everything. So yeah, I'd probably go to Godot. So this is really surprising. Checks assertion state is fetching. We want it to be fetched. Yeah, but back to your question, random guy. If, although, the question specifically being if it shut down tomorrow, would I go over to Unreal? So no, if it shut down tomorrow, I'd go to Godot. But once I had the kind of proof of concept stuff working, I'd then kind of have to make a decision as to whether I stuck with Godot or ported across to Unreal. Obviously, Unreal has some pretty big advantages, being able to target other platforms other than the couple that Godot supports, is a huge benefit. But certainly for getting stuff tested, Godot would be perfectly good for my needs. I'm at a loss here. I'm going to throw a log message in here. Received entities. Wait, did that never return? Received entities. Does it ever say received entities? No. Let me just double check that I ran that. What? So this await is never triggering. But I'm sure I tested that. I'm sure I had a breakpoint there that was being hit. This is frustrating. And sure enough, we do hit it. Oh, okay, I'm just not seeing it because the test has already failed. The code's being hit. Okay, I'm doing something silly. I must be doing something silly. What are the times on these? The timestamps. I'm just going to check the timestamps on the log messages. We do see received entities, so I just need to not pay too much attention to this logging here and instead pay attention to this logging. Then I can see this log message coming out and I can look at the timestamps. So I'm going to increase this to a 2-second delay just so that I can see it definitely tick over in these timings. I don't think I have any breakpoints set. So we'll run this again. And then I am going to, regardless, I'm going to take a 5-minute coffee break. Yeah, so I can see the 2-second delay in here. But I can also see that this code is coming right through. So the issue has to be in a misunderstanding of mine on when, where's the code? Yeah, when I grab coffee, I'll throw up my little pause screen with the countdown timer. Um, so it must be that this here is blocking, even though I know we're getting through to here. All right, I am going to just set my timer. Reset. Go, and then start stop. There we go. All right, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Just going to grab myself some coffee. Okay, I'm back early. Yes, I should go and run an ad in that time. Um, okay. Clearly, what's happening is this code here is not allowing the other task to complete. So I was hoping it would sort of yield for this time. So let's go and do a search for, I don't know, C sharp yield to other tasks. Um, okay. Sorry about that, random guy. Okay, I can't do an await. That's okay. Task dot yield. I could probably do an async in here. Do an await in here. And an async in here. I don't know if that's valid there. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's correct. This is an async. That's fine, and that is allowed to be. That's meant to just go off and run in the background. Void is not awaitable. Really? Okay. Although I don't fully believe this, because we've got an error. All right, I've somehow made the test just instantly pass. Yeah, I think that this will fail now. Yeah, I think that was a false passed test. This will fail now. Yeah. Well, this is really frustrating. I really didn't want to get stuck on a bug like this. Yeah, by the way, the reason I can't put async in here is quite straightforward. I can't put an async here because that makes this effectively go and run in the background. It basically returns a task. Oh yeah, here we go. It only supports things that return a task. Um, so frustrating. It's clearly something fundamental that I'm not understanding here. Catch you around, random guy. Thank you for joining. I am just going to plod away at this. I'm going to see how I go. If I can't get to the bottom of this soon, I'll probably wrap the stream up because I do find this kind of thing easier to debug off stream. So I'm just going to have to see how I go there. If I get through this pretty quickly, then I'll continue streaming until I have all my unit tests done and passing. There's quite a few more to do on the server side. Oh, more to do. This is a single unit test I'm working on so far. So yeah, I've got to write all my client side unit tests and then all my server side unit tests. So probably another hour or two. Assuming I can get to the bottom of this. In fact, what I might do is I might give up on this. Oh, I didn't mean to run that. I might give up on this particular test pretty soon and continue on with the rest of the unit tests. Yep, I'm going to give up on this one. Move on to the rest of the unit tests. So I'm going to keep on streaming until I got those done. The other ones are a lot simpler than this one. Okay. So I'm going to put a big fat to-do up the top here. I need to learn how tasks and async functions work because I'll have to go through a tutorial or something. I am not understanding something in here. So off we go on to the rest of the tests. I'll create a new test called invalidation manager. Now, unfortunately, I think that I'm going to run into the same problem here. And the reason for that is this invalidation manager. If I can find my invalidation manager. It goes off and creates and starts. Find start. Yeah, so it goes and creates these handlers and starts them. So I'm going to run into exactly the same problem on these tests. So I've got to decide if I'm going to move on to server testing or do my learning about tasks on stream. I'm going to do my learning about tasks on stream. I won't read any of this out loud. I will point out anything interesting I read as I go through, but otherwise I'll be generally quiet while I'm reading about this stuff. Just skimming at this point. I just note that I don't believe this is the behavior I'm seeing. In general, the task class will always represent a single operation, and that operation will be executed asynchronously on a thread pool thread. The behavior I think we're seeing is actually a coroutine. So I think Unity is probably changing the behavior here. Let's check. Let's check that. Where are my threads? So this code runs on our main thread, whatever that is. It's our test thread. Whereas when we await a task, here's a task. That should be happening, apparently. So this code in here should be happening on a different thread according to the documentation. So I'll run this and confirm the behavior. I think I hit play on the game instead of on the test. No? What's happened here? Oh, this is back to the... I need to get rid of this. Void that. Don't await that. I'll leave that as it is. Complete request. So we're on a thread with some ID. Can I just copy the name of that? No. Yep, I can. So I've got the name of that thread over here in my edit window. Now if I hit F9, we come into here, and sure enough, we are running on a worker thread. So that's good to know. I also noticed that when we do complete requests, we are in fact back on that original thread. Just make sure that that looks about right. And yep, those all line up. So I think we've actually got a combination of tasks and tasks and thread pools here, because this code here is awaiting. But it has never actually, yeah, this is actually kind of paused just here. Yet the thread has gone off and done other things. I'll have a look at Milanote at some point, random guy. Now, can I just do an async void? I'm not sure. That would be hilarious if that were the issue, because this never actually returns anything. Huh. With bad jokes, of course. Okay. So what's the behavior now? All I've changed is this is no longer returning a type. We're on that same thread. We're inside a thread pool. We're on that same thread. So no, nothing has changed here. Okay, so I believe this is going to be that same thread. We come into start. Obviously, that's the same thread here. Okay, so of course, complete request and start are happening on the same thread. So what I really need in here is an await of some sort. I need to wait on something. Yeah, one error that is super annoying. I think I can definitely understand where you're coming from there right at the moment, because this is going to be something really dumb. So we are definitely in the same boat there. Yep, we're on some thread, some numbered thread. Still on some numbered thread. On a thread pool. I want this breakpoint here. About to check assertion, and then it received the entities. Okay. The thing I guess is worth pointing out here is the behavior that I've just seen here is consistent with what's in the documentation. The thing I'm not understanding then is why does this await not return as soon as the task completes? Can I set events or something on a task dot on? No, I was hoping to be able to just kind of say when it completed, just so that I can. Uh, okay, this is not clear at the moment. Don't worry, we'll discuss this in practice. Okay, so what I really need to understand is the await operator. But I'll keep on reading so that I make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay. They create. Oh, I hate it when blogs and things do this. That you click in the window. Okay. All I want to do is select some text. There we go. Okay, I can now. So they've got this print counter. It's just a function. It's static. Great. They create a new task. They start the task. And then they say when it's been completed. Their print counter method prints some stuff out, prints lots of stuff out, prints more stuff out. Fine. All it's going to do is print this message with a thread ID, print the numbers 1 through 5, print the thread ID again, now their main thread goes and prints its own main thread ID, and then waits for you to press a key. Okay, so I would expect when this code runs, what's this doing? It will do, no, don't upgrade now. Nope, I'm not upgrading my operating system. Okay, so I can just go to upgrade later. Cool. So I'm expecting this to print this line definitely first, say main thread started, or statred. That's the kind of typo I'd make. Then at some point it will print main thread completed, and that'll be at about the same time that it says that the child thread started, and then most of this stuff will come off the end. And so we get main thread started, main thread completed, yep, child thread started. I don't think there's any guarantee about which order these ones are going to come through in. In fact, this main thread completed could come through anywhere in here. Okay. That is not terribly interesting. Okay, this is going to be nice because I really don't like having to do this pattern just here, because especially if you just want to return a running task, you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to have to put this one here into a variable just so you can start it and then return it. So, all right, what do they do here? Factory property task.factory.startNew. Nice. I'm just going to change my code to use that. That's a much better style than what we've got here. So let's get rid of the start. Let's get rid of the return. And in here, I should be able to do a return task.factory.startNew. Excellent. Shouldn't make any difference. I just much prefer that syntax. And this will do the exact same thing. Yep. Awesome. All right. Yeah, fair enough. This is even better from my point of view. I don't know what the difference is between them, but that makes perfect sense. All right. None of this has changed the behavior though, so this is just cleaning up my code a bit, making me understand it a bit better. Task will run asynchronously on a thread pool. That's what we want. Thread will start it asynchronously. Oh, this could be interesting. Surely what I can do in here I'm going to end up putting another task variable in here, but that's okay. Private task that. What if I set that task, return it here? Now, this isn't quite going to be enough to guarantee that it'll work. So this .set allows the code to continue on from here. This task wait waits for this task to complete. Now, I've got something else waiting on this code, which is over in here. I'm not sure how the scheduling works here. I want this code to then continue on first. Because remember, this is running on the same thread as this. So only one of these can run at the same time. So I want this piece of code to run, and then I want this function to return. So even if this were to work, I'd not be happy with this solution because I don't see any guarantee about which piece of code is going to run first. And it is still running in the wrong order. That's fine. So hopefully I can find a way of setting a priority or something on these. All right, let's keep reading this code. So in this example, because of this task1.wait, it's going to change the order of the log messages. This log message is now going to go at the very end. Main thread 1 completed. Excellent. What is a task? So what I'm not seeing in this description so far is how I can possibly have, we do have coroutines coming in here somewhere, right? Because I know that this code here is running on the same thread as this code here, and they're running at the same time. So there has to be a coroutine mechanism of some sort. I assume that is coming out of Unity. Hmm. What happens? So it's worth noting this start function is async. I think I'm misunderstanding what async void does. Because we're never creating a task in here. Maybe that is my issue here. if this code were running on a separate thread, what if I just do a task.run? All of this stuff. Dot wait. I know this is a bit weird. In fact, we probably want task dot from result. No, because I need to pass it a function. So let's leave it as task.run. Calling task.run.wait feels like it's going to be an anti-pattern, but I'm sure I'll get to that. We aren't allowed to do an await. What does perform query return? It is a task. So let's instead do that. I believe .result blocks. Yeah, of course it does, because otherwise there's nothing it could return. Now, I'd be pretty happy if this fixed it, because this does make me feel like there is a bug here. If this is running on the same thread as the code that's calling it, then I'm not convinced this will work, because we're going to run into the same problem we're seeing in the test here, and stuff just won't get updated to here. So let's try running this. Now, even if this works, again, I'm going to have to continue through this tutorial because there's still something I'm not quite getting. What have I done? I've crashed Unity. All right, let's kill Unity, start it up again. While I'm working on this, I am also just going to download that new version of whatever. I can just do that in the background. Install editor. Let's install this one. I am going to install Android this time. No point in doing iOS. I do want Linux build support. I do want... I'll throw in WebGL, throw in Windows, and then install. I'm installing all those other platforms because that way I can easily release my Game Jam game onto those other platforms. Okay, that's just installing. That can go in the background. Window, General, Test Runner. Okay, does this work? I must have a deadlock here. Yeah, there simply has to be a deadlock I've introduced. Ah, yes. There absolutely is a deadlock. When I call start, which I do from inside my test, This is going to cause it to wait until this whole thing's finished, but it can't finish because this call never completes, because I need my test to be able to run in the background. So let's just put an async in here. Ah. I can't put an async in there. Hmm. I can put a task and I can return this, but not wait on it. Yeah, okay. I've got a feeling I'm getting close to having this working. We complete the request, and then I should be able to just do an invalidation task.wait. Okay, this is deadlocked. I'm going to have to restart Unity. Hopefully that doesn't restart Unity Hub, because that's doing a download at the moment. No, my Unity Hub is still running over on my other screen. Excellent. Yeah, I've got a pretty good feeling about this now. I think my code is about to simplify if this works. Let's get the new version because that is already downloading. Let's drag it across. We can see that's slowly making progress. Well, not exactly speedy. Probably a good thing, really. I don't want to saturate my internet while I'm streaming. Okay. Let's get back into the test runner. I'm going to eyeball my code again because I don't want any more deadlocks. .start returns a task. This will return a running task. So this will not deadlock. This is just going to return instantly. It takes this function, creates a function, and then returns this new task, starts it, but then returns it. So this will return almost instantly. Back in here, we call that code and we grab a copy of that task. Then we check that it's in the fetching state, which it will be because this code is going to block just here. It won't be able to get past this spot here. And so our state is fetching. We then call complete request. I don't need this anymore. I don't need any of this stuff. Oops, that needs to be a task entity. Sorry, that is correct. But this, I can just return this task. I don't need to capture that task. So all this does is when we call complete request, we set the handle. That allows the main part of the code to then continue. Excellent. Back in here, almost random guy, I am just making sure I don't have any deadlocks because I keep on deadlocking Unity and it's a pain to restart. So that will allow this code to continue. And so at some point, it will continue on with this stuff and ultimately set this to fetched. Back in my test, so we've called this. My issue before was that we didn't know which code was going to run first, but now I've got this wait on the original invalidation task. This will, I believe, ensure that we get past this line before we're able to continue. I reckon I'll be streaming another hour and a half at a guess, random guy. So I don't see any deadlocks. I'm feeling pretty happy about this code. We run it, we'll hit breakpoints and things, whatever. Nope, we clearly have a deadlock. Where's my deadlock? Okay, I'll throw some breakpoints in. Anywhere that is at the start of a function. All right, I do have a breakpoint there already. That's a bit of a worry. Maybe it's not a deadlock. Come in through here. We pass that first assertion. We come into start. Now, all this does is return a new task that it runs. Great. We have this invalidation task. It should be running because it's unable to complete. It's got that wait call down in here. It's stuck in here, in theory. Or it will be stuck in there. Here we can see it's actually started running. Okay, here's a problem in my test, which is when we call start, it's calling all the start code on a background thread. But we immediately check whether or not this is going to be fetching. There's no guarantee that this line here will run before this line here. So that's easily fixed. I can actually just pull that out. So what we do when we call start is we say, all right, we're fetching. Then on a background thread, we're going to go and actually do the fetch. Process the results, do all that kind of stuff. That's fine. All right. Debug.log, we're waiting on 1. What's happened? Test failed, that's fine. Out of interest, where did we actually fail? Line 24. Yeah, so we failed on this line here. So that was exactly that bug I kind of spotted as the code came through. So I'm going to turn off my breakpoints, run this test again, now that I fixed that particular bug. And the test passes. Am I comfortable that this is actually running the code? Because remember, I have had problems before, like when I made this async, it just silently made it pass. So let's make it fail by just checking for the wrong thing. Just to be absolutely certain that this is a valid test. Run the test and it fails. Correct. That's what I wanted. Change it back to fetched. Well, that was a bit of a marathon effort getting that test working. It's a really simple piece of code it's testing. That said, there was a legitimate bug in there in the way that I was setting those state variables and the way I was doing my threading. It may have actually kind of worked in the end because stuff might have just come good, but now I'm much more comfortable that this code is indeed working. Okay, I'm just going to clean up these breakpoints a bit because I don't need any of these. I can get rid of a bunch of these. We do need to have this wait here. So there's the thing that waits for complete request to get called. This is all good. Field can be read-only. Yeah, agreed. Yep. Now, notice we don't need to call this in the actual production code because in general, we're not actually checking this. We don't care when the state changes to fetched, as long as it doesn't change to fetched before it's finished fetching. It's absolutely fine. So all we do in our real production code is we actually just look for chunk invalidation handlers whose state is still fetching and do some stuff based on that. Well, we check the ones that have become fetched. So we don't need this wait in our real code. This is just for testing. Okay. Yeah. I am happy with this test. We've got no warnings in our code. So I can now move on. So the next thing I want to do is make sure that when invalidations come in from the server, we actually process them. So let's make a dummy message. Var server message is going to be a new server message. We need an ID. These tests I'm writing here are going to get pretty long and complicated in their configuration because I need to cover off the cases of all the different client acknowledgements going back, and then the server acknowledging different pieces of them. So let's do a server message ID. I don't care. This is just going to be a new UUID proto. I'm going to set the ACK to null. Chunk invalidations is going to have a new chunk invalidation. Let's just put a single one in here. This doesn't look right. Can I just make that like that? Something's not right. I think I know what I need to do. I think I need to go like this. We'll just create a basic server message, then server message, chunk invalidations. Let's just give it a new one like that. It really doesn't want me to. I don't know why it's doing these question marks. I'm sure I've tested this elsewhere. Okay. So the actual issue, I think, is that I don't have protobuf in my test assembly. I can never remember how to do this. So you'll just have to bear with me while I find my assemblies. What's my client doing? Unity is not looking happy again. Let's just restart Unity. Waiting for Unity to start here. Don't know why it's so slow. Here it is. I can skip. No, let me just close this quickly. I'm just going to upgrade my project. No, I just opened it again. Quit. So over here, I'm just going to change this to the latest version. Open, change version. Okay. Now, how do I do these assemblies? So I've got this Google protobuf thing. Oh, this is a DLL. Do I just throw that into my test directory? Throw a copy of protobuf in there, maybe? Oh. Okay, it won't let me do that. How do I tell it to allow GUnit? Not GUnit, sorry. Protobuf, here we go. That would be nice if it's as simple as that. Apply, yes, apply those settings. There we go. Can I do these inline now? It looks like I can. Now, more interesting, can I do these just anonymously? No, I can't do them anonymously. Hey, Creds for Cats, what's the congrats on? Is that for getting the silly unit test passing? It's pretty funny actually that that unit test that I had troubles getting working. Um, it was seriously really a one-liner. I just needed this code in here. Um, Now I did have to make a um, I did have to make a change to start to get it to actually happen on a background thread, but uh, yeah. So there's one legitimate bug. So this line here fixes the bug, but the test failure was actually just this line. I needed this line. Very frustrating. All right. So we need to make sure that when we get an invalidation, an entity invalidation, we need to make sure that we go off and dispatch an actual handler request. So what I'm going to do in here, for anyone who wasn't here at the start, I'm going to have to mock out the way that the chunk, the invalidation manager produces its requests. Because as it stands, if I do this, I need to actually grab a reference for this, introduce a variable manager. If I come in here and do manager.process message from server and pass it this server message, what this is going to do is it's going to see this chunk invalidation, and it's actually going to go and generate a request out to the entity server to fetch the entities for that. But that's not what I want. So what I'm going to do instead is pass this, if I can find my code, validation manager. I'm going to do similar to what I did up in here, where I can pass it an override for how it actually performs chunk invalidations. So, invalidation manager, this needs a constructor. Do we have a constructor already? We don't appear to. So let's give it a constructor. It'll take that parameter, give it a slightly better name here, query performer. And I'm going to default this to be iChunk invalidation query. No. I want it to be that dot default. It's not going to let me do that. Why not? Oh, fair enough. We can do that. There we go. So if we don't specify our query performer, it's just going to use the default one, which goes out to the entity service. Otherwise, I'm going to come back to my other test because my other test has useful code in it, which is over in here. I'm going to call this one a mock query performer. And then I'm going to extract this, Shift F6 maybe? No, F6. Yeah, here we go. Move it to another file, mock query performer. There we go. So that's now in its own class. So when I come to the test invalidation manager, var mock handler is going to be a new, F6, mock performer, mock query performer, why not? Now I can create a manager with the mock query performer. And now I can do a bit more smarts in my mock performer. I presume NUnit, the testing framework I'm using here, has ways of doing proper mocking, like confirming that functions are called and things. I could use that, but I'm just going to have a perform called method property here. That's going to be a Boolean. And like that. And then just up in here, I can just say perform called equals true. So what I can do in here is I can say assert false, like that. I call that assert true. Like that. Will that work? I hope so. I do seem to have two sets of tests in here. That's a bit annoying. Okay, what's happening here? Why don't I have a test? What's this called? Test invalidation manager? Do I have a test invalidation manager? No. I've got a feeling there's something wrong with my assemblies. So what's this called? Test invalidation manager. I'm just going to delete this. Create a test fixture, maybe. Test validation manager. Oops. Oh, I've just done the wrong thing. Hang on. Oh, no, don't tell me I just deleted that code. I think I copied out at the wrong spot. Fortunately, Rider tends to be pretty good at keeping a copy of your code. Control A, Control C, delete that. All right. So they seem to put test fixture on it. That doesn't seem to be on my other one. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Try deleting the tests. Try creating the test from inside here, maybe? I have no idea. Maybe I need. Maybe am I not doing that? No, I am doing that. Oh, namespace. That'd be a bit annoying. Have to be not in a namespace. Huh. Oh well. All right. Let's run this one. Failed. Oops. Oh, don't run it again. And it failed. Line 29. Ah, interesting. It never called perform. Okay. This makes sense. The reason this didn't work is pretty obvious. We come in here. It calls handler.start, which is what we expect to go off and do the actual work. But the perform happens on a background thread. And we never wait for that background thread. So what I'm going to do in here, start returns a task. I don't want to await here. And the reason for that is, well, otherwise that would block, right? It would just go and do these one at a time, which is definitely not what I want. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to return a list of tasks. So there's a task. I want this to return a list of task of entities. This needs a to list. It's a list of tasks. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, we don't get the entities back in here. There we go. Then, wherever this gets called, over here, let's return that. So that if anything does need to know when the message has been fully processed, they can just go and block on each of these each of these tasks. This isn't ideal. I don't really want to return a whole list of them. It would probably make more sense just to return a single task. So let's just work out how to do that. C# list of tasks, wait all, to see what the code looks like. Yeah. I'm going to do a task array. Likewise, this is going to return a task array. Like that. Okay. So now anyone calling process message from server can now actually await that. Sorry, I need a dot. So we do that. Now down here we need to do a task dot task dot task dot wait all. That's the one I want. All right. So this will now ask it to go and dispatch the requests. It will allow that, it'll only be one request. It'll allow that request to go through. And then it will, by just unlocking that lock once. So if we had two things in here, I'd have to call complete request twice. And then after that, it waits for all these tasks to complete. Then we should have perform called. Now, it's worth noting we don't really need to go this far through the method. We could replace these lines here with just like a sleep or something like that, and I'm sure it would go through, but this is much cleaner. Even if for some reason some thread would have paused for 5 seconds, this test will still work. All right, give it a go. Still failing. This is something else wrong now. Connection refused. Now this suggests that it's actually going off and trying to hit the entity service. Oh, I know what this is. I wrote the code to set the query performer, but I never actually used that. Where do I create the handler? Here's the handler. So I just need to pass it the query performer. So it should now create our query performers using our test implementation. Yeah, so that's exactly what we don't want it doing, calling out to the real entity service. There we go. That works. And that did exactly what we expected. So next test. I guess that in here, we also need to confirm that the invalidation manager correctly updates its state when a client message gets sent out. So let's write a client message equivalent to this. Test public void test client doesn't act when fetching. Let's do test client act on fetched. And I'll actually test that it doesn't act too early in this test. So this is going to be really similar. It's a really similar test. I need these two lines here. I need this server message. I better would be if I could actually just create the manager in the right state, but let's ignore that for now. So I'll just do that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a series of calls into the client message handling code. So let's just create a dummy client message. Like this. It definitely needs an ID. I'm going to call this client message 1, a new UUID to proto. I don't really care about the ACK. I don't care about any chunk invalidations at this point. I just get it to put these on one line. Or is Rider going to just reformat that? Nope, that looks good. So, next, we need to pass this into the manager. Manager.process message from client, client message 1. And I don't expect this to have done anything, right? So I'll do an assert, true. Client message 1.chunk invalidation acts.length.count equals 0. All right. This is a pretty boring test so far. Let's just check if it works though. And yep, that appears to work. Then what I need to do is I need to create a second one of these messages. I might as well just use the same message, because we know that message isn't being changed. What did I just press? Page up. Yep, there we go. We're going to do the second one, but in this case, I do expect to see an actual object coming back, because I'm going to call this code to allow it to complete. And I guess I also need to grab the tasks. Hold on. Something's not right here. Yes, I need to actually process this message from the server. Let's just do that. Grab those. One of those lines comes up here, and the other two come down into here. So we process the message from the server. This puts out the fake request for the entities, but this doesn't return. Like, we don't get our entities back yet. So we come through and we expect to see no acts go out. But then if we tell it to complete the request and wait for those requests to finish, then when we do it, we should actually see an ACK come out. All right. This is a slightly more interesting test. Let's just check it. Yep, run it. And that failed. Okay, this is interesting. A map. Yeah, okay. This is, I would say, a legitimate bug in my code. No, it's not. So the reason this is failing is because we're processing this same client message twice, and this process message from client is trying to populate, it's trying to load the data from this and put it into a dictionary so that we can keep track of what we've acted when. So let's change this to have a number on it. I'll create a new client message over here. Call it number 2. Process messages like that. and we'll confirm that they came back like that. Ideally, this would be in 2 separate tests. It's something I'm kind of noticing, but meh. Okay, that worked. This is now frustrating the other side to my first couple of hours, because my first couple of hours I had troubles getting my tests working. Now my tests are all working, and I don't want them to be. I'm really hoping to find some bugs in here. We're still going though. Next, I'm going to copy this code out again. I'm going to use do something fairly similar to it. Test server ACK for client X. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to put out a request to the server. Oh, sorry, I'm going to put a request from the server. I'm going to, we need to process it to get these ACKs being generated. I'm going to process my 2 messages. I don't need to assert these things. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in another couple of messages from the server. One of them is going to ACK this message. The other one is going to ACK this message. I'm not going to put any extra chunk invalidations on here. How do I get rid of them? Let's just do that. One client message 1.id ACK 2 client message 2.id. Now, when we process each of these, and I don't actually care about the tasks that come back. Between these, I expect different things to happen. So one is, let's create another client message. If the first client message gets ACKed, I expect to still be generating one second. Let's just move that one down. Bouncing all over the place here. I'll talk through this code in a moment. Okay. So we generate 2 client messages. One while everything's still in progress, so it has no ACKs in it. 2 after we've processed the invalidations, so this one will have ACKs attached to it. When the next, if we then get a server message acknowledging the first of these client messages, so it had no ACKs in it, then we expect, if we go and generate another client message, we expect to keep on sending through our acknowledgements because we don't know the server has received those acknowledgements yet. On the other hand, when the server acknowledges the second one, this isn't right. Go. When it acknowledges the second client message, if we go and send another message after that, then we expect to have no ACKs come back because the server has said it knows about all the ACKs we're sending. We shouldn't be sending anymore. Now, this is the test I reckon has the most chance of failing because something is not going right in here when I've been breakpointing the code previously. So let's do this. Run the selected test. And it fails. This is different. This is me processing a message twice. Here it is. That should be a 4. And here we go. Line 115. It's failing on here. Now, is my logic here correct? Oh, no, this is meant to be a 4. And it passes. That's unfortunate. Well, it just means the client code seems to be working. So maybe the bug is purely on the server side. Okay, let's just have a look at the actual code. Manager, invalidation manager. The server handles new invalidations. We're testing that. Process message from client. Okay, here's a slight issue. I think. I don't think I ever clean up this map. It's not the end of the world. It's not a problem with correctness. It's just a memory leak. So yeah, I do need to fix that. Let's just quickly fix that. So whenever we see something being acknowledged by the server, yeah, whenever one of these messages gets acknowledged by the server, we can delete up to and including that message ID. So this is a dictionary. No, this needs to be an ordered ordered dictionary. So that we can actually iterate over these in order. Notice it's ordered, not sorted. So these aren't done into like numerical order or alphabetical order or anything. It's just the order that we add them in. Handle ACK from server. Yep, this does remove, this cleans up the handlers by chunk. But then what we need to do is we need to find where this message ID exists within this ordered map. And then we need to delete up to there. All right, hang on. Let's just see what we can do with a C# ordered dictionary. Remove keys. All right. I'm going to first of all find the index of this message ID, sorry, this client ID within the map. So we grab where this current, the message, the client ID being acknowledged, we find where it is within the chunks by client message ID. And then if that was a valid result, so if client ID index greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0, oops, then I guess I just loop over these and just delete first. Yeah, I think I can do this. Hang on. Let's grab that out. Let's call that keys. This doesn't need to be an if. I can make this a for. This can be less than or equal to, because if this comes back as a 0, then we want to delete a single item. So now, I guess I just do chunks by that dot remove the key, which is just keys I. Now, it's worth noting this is not thread safe. So I should probably make a note of that here, that we can't. Yeah, this is definitely not thread safe because we're just removing, we're finding out how many keys we need to remove, and then we're removing them. If we had 2 pieces of code come through here at once, that would be bad. So I'm actually just going to say Unity check if main thread, because this code should never run. Yeah, so I'm going to have to put in a check for that. My other question is this, it's not clear to me if this is a copy of the keys. So if I just do remove that 0, then this will work. So this is just going to remove the first item, then remove the first item, remove the first item. This is fine. Let's make sure these tests still pass. Now, this is an example where the tests are really good because we know this is going to be exercise. These tests exercise most of this code. So just running these tests again, even though I haven't changed anything about how they should be. What's this doing? Yeah, I'm not changing the behavior at all. But this will be exercising the code. So if we're going to get any exceptions or something, then what have I done? Was I on a breakpoint or something? I have no idea what Unity is doing here. I can't run my tests though. Well, compile errors have to be fixed. I don't have any compile errors. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, what? Oh, wait. Yes. No, I can't use ordered. Uh-oh. Can I not use an ordered dictionary? Well, it's not the end of the world. I can do this another way. All right, I guess I have to make that a dictionary. And I'll just separately store the order. So I can do a list of ID, client message IDs. So anytime I modify this, I need to also modify the client message IDs. That's okay. Like that. Then I'll change this code in here. We no longer do that. That should be just underscore client message IDs. Still do that. Okay, I think that'll work. I think I'll put in a more complicated test as well that acknowledges that sends out the acknowledgements in two separate packets and makes sure that I can acknowledge them incrementally. Yeah, I will do a more complex test. All right. Does my game compile? My game compiles. Window test. I think I might just move this pane up into here or something. There we go. Run those. Come on, please work. Excellent. So now I'll write one more test here and then I'm done with my testing as far as I'm concerned. Public void. Oh, this isn't right. I'm in the wrong file. Where's my test? Test, invalidation manager. Okay. I'm going to grab all of this code again. But this time what I'm going to do oops, what have I done? We're going to invalidate a chunk. I'm going to complete the request. Then I'm going to push out a client message. So this client message, I expect to have an acknowledgement in it. I'm just going to actually assert that just so that we know that the test is valid. Okay, so there we go. Invalidate a single chunk. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that same thing. Except this time I'm going to invalidate 2 chunks. That. It needs to be a different chunk. We go off and let me just clean up my code here. Now, I guess something I've not really tested in all of this is that this behaves as expected. So what I expect to happen here, I do know this works just from observing the client running. We've issued an invalidation. The client is like we're allowing that going through, and the client is going to generate an acknowledgement for this chunk invalidation because at that point we've already got the response back. Now we're pretending the server doesn't see that yet. So what it does is it goes and says, hey, you now need to invalidate 2 chunks because presumably something's going to happen over here. The client is then going to generate acts. Well, the client is going to have to process that message. Now that's going to do 2 things. This is going to cause it to go off and fetch just this chunk because we know we've already fetched this one. We don't know that the server has heard about us doing that. So we assume that any duplicates here are just a repeat of previous messages. So ignore this until we know the server has seen us acknowledge it. This one we've never fetched. So we expect to go off and fetch that. So we complete that second request, we wait for it, and then we expect to have 2 chunk invalidations coming back now. Because we have just completed this one. we also don't know the server knows about this one, so we keep on retransmitting this one. So what are we going to do next? Next, the server is going to send an acknowledgement for our first packet. We're going to process that message from the server. And now I'm going to send another packet out from the client. And this time, I expect to have just a single acknowledgement because the server has already acknowledged the one that had a single chunk in it, all the way up here. That's already been acknowledged back by the server. So I expect to have a single acknowledgement come out. Then let's repeat this for the other one. So this is going to be an ACK2 client message 2. So it's going to ACK our second message. This one's a 2. This one's a 4. Process message 4. And then we expect message 4 to have no acknowledgements in it because now the server has acknowledged everything. Okay. Make sure this test passes. Run it. These are fairly complex interactions. Okay. What's happened? Line 171. Interesting. This looks like a bug. I'm just going to check if NUnit has fluent assertions. It does. I've used this before. Here's some examples. I just want an example. Documentation. No, don't open, close, go away. Okay, so I just do using fluent assertions. Oh yeah, this is beautiful. This is exactly what I want. So what I'm doing here is these kind of bugs, 171, can be really hard to track down. And I'm setting this breakpoint here. I was about to set this breakpoint here because I want to know what the actual count was. But much better would be if I could write instead client message 2 dot invalidations chunk invalidations dot count. And then what do I do? Dot should dot be 2. Now, the beauty of this, when I assert true, there's nothing useful that can come out of this assertion. It's like either this value inside here is true or it's false. Whereas in here, this is where the assertion's being checked, and it knows what the count was and what I expected it to be. So now when I rerun this test, we should get a much more useful message. It expected it to be 2, but it was 1. Okay. So what has gone wrong? Eyeballing the code. We know that this code here works. I'm just going to update this to be using this new style. At this point, we know that we have omitted an acknowledgement for this chunk. This is a sign that something's gone wrong. Yep, this is meant to be 2. This might not actually be a bug. I never processed this message, so we never generated the second request. All right, let's try it again. Run it. Okay. Here, this feels like a deadlock. Well, not so much a deadlock, but something just not getting unlocked. Let's just take a look. Here's the invalidation. What should come back from here? I'm trying to handle new invalidations. This is going to go through and find ones that we don't already know about, so I expect this to only return a single item. This returns a new handler, requests that it starts, which returns a task. So I think we should be returning a single task out of here. Let's go and put that in each of these places. I'm just going to go tasks 1. Can I say dot should be? I was hoping I could just do the length. Dot should be 1. Now, one of the disadvantages of these fluent assertions is it's not quite as clear when you're using an assertion, but that's all right. So tasks 1 should be of length 1, and tasks 2 should be of length 1. I suspect this just isn't unlocking the correct event or something like that. On line 184. Oh, I got through further. That's a bit of a concern. Oh yeah, this is fair enough, I think. No, it's not. So what's happening here? We are acknowledging client message 1. Now, client message 1 had a single chunk invalidation in it. So I expect that chunk invalidation to no longer be sent because the server has told us it's seen it. So when we create a new message here, I expect it to only have a single chunk invalidation. All right. Rerun it. I'm going to be very happy if I actually find a bug in all this testing. Found 2. All right, I'm very sure that this is looking like a bug. So, am I absolutely certain my understanding of the behavior is correct? Act 1 definitely acknowledged that client message one, which I've already checked, definitely had a chunk invalidation in it. That should cause the invalidation manager to drop its reference to that first chunk, the chunk 00. So when we go and process an outgoing message, it should only be inserting one. Yeah, okay, this is a bug. Let's check what it's actually doing in here. So I'm expecting it to remove the chunk handler for 00. Right, run it. Oh wait, I'm failing on a different, what? Am I debugging the wrong code? Line 184. It's failing there. Oh, I'm not, yeah, no, this is minor. I'm just not attached to the debugger. Run it. What's going on here? Oh, well, we're still not attached to the debugger. Why not? I can't attach. I'm just going to restart Unity. I'll restart Rider if I have to. Right, I'll run Unity from within Rider. It's possible I have to update a plugin or something, because I did just upgrade Unity. So I wonder if Rider and Unity have somehow gotten out of sync. Are we attached? We appear to be attached. Okay. There we go. Don't know what that was going on there. I don't need any of these breakpoints. Don't need that. Here we go. So this is a server, an ACK from the server. It should have an ACK field on it, which is it acknowledging it received something from the client. So let's just look at that message. Message, yes, it does have an ACK. And let's just say, yeah, it's an ACK for something ending in AA. So my invalidation manager, I expect the first of my client message IDs to be AA. It's not. Yes, it is. There it is. AA. Okay. So this is acknowledging the packet I think it is. So when we handle the ACK from the server, I expect it to clean up and remove that chunk invalidation acknowledgement. Here we go. So I've got the client ID. We should get a completed invalidation, which is, yeah, the invalidation for chunk 00. Yep, this is the chunk. This is the invalidation for chunk 00. Handlers by chunk. We should have 2 entries in here. We do. And they are obviously this one for 00, great. And we've got this one for 11. Awesome. So handlers by chunk should now only have one item in it. Ah, I see what's happening here. Maybe. Okay, let's keep on stepping through. I then need to clean up the actual messages themselves. So client ID index I expect to be 0. Yep, it's 0. And so we should run through this loop exactly once. We pull out the ID, which should end in AA. It does. I'm then going to remove that from chunks by client message ID. So we should now have, should currently have 2 items in there. This chunks by that. Yep, we got 2. That should go down to 1. It did. We remove our client message IDs, which is currently of size 2. That should be of size 1 now. Beautiful. So that looks like it's done everything it's meant to have done. So we have handled that. Now, I didn't re-invalidate the chunks in here. So at this point, the manager should have a single message and a single handler. So manager has a single message and a single handler. It does. Hang on, that's not right. The handlers. There it is, a single handler. So then when I ask it, oh, this is a bug in my test. So frustrating. That's meant to be a 3. This is why you shouldn't have variable names like this. Okay, let's try that again. At least it gives me extra confidence in my code, having gone through it in that level of detail. Run selected. Probably still fail. I'll just make sure I eyeball the code much better next time. So yeah, we come down here. Client message 3. Yep. We then do another ACK. That is 0. Our test passes. Yay! All right. Let's move this to a fluent assertion. Okay. So, where are we at? I am fairly confident at this point that the client code is all good. I did find a couple of bugs earlier this morning. So when I was seeing issues, there's a good chance that that's now been resolved. However, from the client's point of view. However, my server is where I go next. Now, I think I'm actually going to take a break at this point because I need to have some food. It's 2 o'clock here, 2 o'clock in the afternoon here in Sydney. So I'm probably going to take a half-hour break. I'm tempted to just pause the stream and come back on after that. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a half-hour break. Let's just set this stuff up for me to have a nice little timer on the screen. It says that I'm at lunch. So thank you everyone for joining me this morning, and this afternoon. I'll be back in about 30 minutes to get on to testing the server. Hopefully catch you then. Had my lunch. So let's see where I'm at. I have these tests for generate delta. So these are fairly good. Got some pretty good coverage in here, I think. Never actually measured the coverage, but I went through the code and made sure that. Sorry, I'm breaking up here. It would help if I had a microphone. So yes, just to make sure that audio went through, we've got pretty good tests for generate delta. So this is a thing that takes some entities, takes the difference between them, and makes sure that something sensible will go out to the client as a result. So I want to come up with similar tests for apply delta. Now, it's not a huge amount of code, is it? How big's generate delta? Generate delta is 200 lines long. Apply delta is under 100. That feels suspicious. I guess the code is going to be simpler, isn't it? Because the update type is telling us what to do. You know, if we're deleting something, we don't need to sit there and compare anything. We just literally remove it. All right, I'm going to write the tests. I wonder if I could use my generate delta class, or my generate delta tests, to create tests for apply delta. That could be kind of cool. I have to think about that. Apply, oops, not test, apply delta test.ts. Yeah, in some ways, it would be, if I'm comfortable with the coverage of these tests, it would be good to have my apply delta tests just be kind of the result, apply the results of these ones. I'd want to obviously hard code it, like extract these values and hard code them. But that shouldn't be too hard to do, should it? Okay, let's see. I don't need to do this test. Between two undefined entities, there's no such thing as applying an undefined entity to undefined, or no point in it at least. Between two identical entities. All right, let's just go through and copy this code out. And then in here, I can't remember how to do this. Describe. Apply deltas, apply delta. It's probably going to complain here because I don't want to run the server. Go away. Probably going to complain because this is duplicate code. It's unused code at the moment too. Fair enough. Does it make sense to apply an empty delta? I suppose it does. No, it doesn't make sense to apply an empty delta because if we don't have an update to apply, we'll never call apply delta. So no, we don't need to do that. We do want to be able to change a transform. So let's do something like this. Test can update transform. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy that code out. It's HDID, sorry. It's alt-tabbing between dark and light screens. Yep, we need that. What's wrong with this? Oh, this needs a comma brackets. There we go. Oh, sorry, everyone. Got people evenly split between Twitch and YouTube at the moment. 2 on each platform. So hello to anyone who's joined recently. I'm currently writing tests for my netcode for my MMO, because I don't believe it works at the moment. I've finished testing the client side and it is all working well now. I've just got this last kind of 100 lines of code to test. And it is way too hard to test this stuff manually. So unit test is definitely the way to go now. All right, let's put a breakpoint in here. Let's run this test here and just hit the breakpoint. Look at the delta that gets generated, I guess. Like that. And then can I just extract that as JSON? This is just a plain object. Now, normally it would be a protobuf object, but we'll just see what comes out here. So I'm going to copy that value out. Come back to this test. Now these entities, these IDs, I probably need to hard code in here. Not hard code. I probably need to pull them out like this. Entity ID. Wait, what was that? Yes. Okay. We have no generic components. That's all right. On our diff, on our delta, that is. So in here, I should just be able to apply delta to E1 delta Why doesn't it like this? Ah, this needs to be... There we go. It doesn't like that because, yep, this is meant to be an entity update, which I think is a protobuf type. So I think I can do entity update dot from JSON delta. What's wrong with that? Oh, this is probably just a problem with my imports. Import roto from netcode. It's going to be proto.entity update from JSON. All right. How do I do assertions in TypeScript? This is the problem with swapping between languages so much. Just expect. Okay, this is going to return entities by ID. So I expect in here that result for entity ID to be equal to okay, now what I'm going to do is grab the generate delta test. I'm going to create a new entity called expected. Can change transform. Here we go. But in here, let's do expected dot transform dot position. X is going to be 2, Y is going to be 3, Z is going to be 4. Okay, and then this should be equal to expected. What's going wrong here? Okay. Let's just run that test, see what happens. Well, that is not ideal. Oh, this is probably meant to be e1.id, isn't it? No? Entities by ID is a string to an entity. Oh, sorry. There we go. Try that again. Okay. I'm a bit worried about this undefined over here. Huh. Okay. As I said, this code was completely untested, so I'd say this is almost certainly where the bugs are. I should check that my delta is valid. Let's do that. Delta. Oh, this is a single entity update for whatever entity. Update type 2 is what? Update type 2 is an update. Cool. Got the location. It has a transform position is 234. Okay. Let's just step through here. If it's a delete, whatever. All right. I'm going to have to debug in here. I'm going to step through. I would say that I've got a type issue, I reckon, between how my IDs are being passed around, would be my guess. What's happened here? My test should be run in the debugger. Okay, so we should be getting a copy of this entity. This should actually fetch an entity. So entity, nope, it didn't. Okay. This might just be an issue in my test. Um, not Proto, this should be from Mongo. There we go. And then did I have another toString somewhere in here? Really not happy with this. toString. All right. Just see how this goes. Oh, did that pass? Yes, that passed. Excellent. Maybe? Why does it think I've got an error? That definitely passed. Okay. So next test, can we delete delete an entity? Test can delete entity. This is going to be a really straightforward one. All I've got to do in here is do that. Fill in the magic value. Down in here, we're going to do the same thing. Update type dot delete though. That's all that we put into a deletion. Then apply delta e1.id to e1. Delta. Okay, now my result should be, oh, I need to do something like that. This feels like very repeated code, so I'm actually going to pull this out into a function. So let's just write a function up the top here. I don't know, what's it going to say? Const call apply delta. It's going to take the entities, which is going to be what do I pass through in there? That's just like a, yep, it's going to be an entity like that. And then I'll pass it the delta, which is just going to be any, because the whole point of this function is I don't want to be having to call into the protobuf code on every single one of these calls. So all this is going to do is return, I need to construct an index, well, apply delta. We need to construct an index, which is going to be entities dot reduce, starting from an empty object and going to whoops, that needs to be reduced, result, comma, entity, dot, result, comma, entity dot ID, entity. What's wrong with that? No, result should not be an entity. Oh, I'm just missing a bracket, am I? Yes. So let's do that. And I also need an entity update from JSON, the delta. Okay, so now I can just call apply delta anytime I'm doing this. It's going to be call apply delta, give it the single entity, and give it the delta. Much nicer. Now, I then expect the delta to be an empty object because we've deleted the only item in there. Run that. Oh, expect result. Oops. Interesting. I've probably got all sorts of problems with types here. I think that this expects a protobuf one, so let's do a new UUID. No, that needs to be UUID from Mongo to Proto. Let's try that. That looks better. Excellent. Might as well clean up. I've probably got that same issue elsewhere. Even though this code worked somehow, I'd say it was working by chance rather than Mongo to Proto. Okay. Run all the tests again in this file. All green. Awesome. I'll make sure that deletion is idempotent. Even easier test to write. Deletion is idempotent. This one's really easy because we just don't even need to create an entity. And we just say, hey, if we have no entities in there, then we delete something, then it should still just have no entities. So this is really just to make sure that doesn't crash. Run it. Awesome. What's next? Let's look at my generate delta tests and see what I do in there so that I can make sure I'm testing all the counterexamples. Let's make sure that adding a component works. Okay. So we'll construct a basic entity which has a single component in it. We'll create a delta. Out of interest, can I say in here as proto.entity update, will that give me type checking? Yes, yes it does. So I'll give it an entity ID. Now I think that this would have been smart to have done earlier because this is not valid, right? Yeah, so that would have picked up that error earlier. So let's go from proto on that to, sorry, from Mongo to proto. I need an update type. Oops, update. I need generic components. Go. The update type. Okay, this is where I need to be a bit careful I can't remember how the internal protocol works here. So let's get a breakpoint on here. I've already got one. Let's just look what the delta looks like on this. So debug that. The delta is an update with a single generic component, which is also an update. Ah, yes. So there's, yeah, I remember now. There's actually two ways of adding a component. So let's make this add server-side component. When a client requests that a component be added, it doesn't have an ID on it, and the update type is create. So I'll test that separately. Update type dot update. Then what? We need a type. And we need attributes. Yeah, I'll just copy all this out. Name is hello. I don't know why that's got a strikeout in it. That'll, I'm sure, get fixed in a moment. Maybe. Oh, no, this needs an object around it. There we go. I don't think I need to mark the rest of these. Yeah, this seems to be happy. Okay, so then once we go and apply that, so var result const result is call apply delta. We're going to give it E1, we're going to give it the delta. Then I just need to make sure that there are now two components on here, on this result, and that the second component makes sense. So yeah, expect result make sure that that's working so far. Run that. Ah, okay. Now I know what this problem is. This wants me to specify these. Actually, I wonder if I can avoid doing that if I change this call up the top to from partial. No. Oh, although this looks slightly different. This is different. This looks like a bug. I mean, it could just be a problem in my tests. But what have we got here? I'm just going to breakpoint this and this, rerun this test, and just see what this code's doing. Getting quite a few people coming on Twitch at the moment. Got, I think, 5 people at the moment, which is awesome to see. Usually Twitch is very quiet compared to YouTube. Anyone who's new here, feel free to ask any questions you want. I'm always happy to explain things and repeat things if they've been gone over before. All right, so don't want this breakpoint anymore. Okay, so partition single is a function I made that just kind of pulls out a component according to some predicate. Now, unfortunately, this code does appear to assume that there is a match. So this is a bug. What's it going to partition? It's going to go entity.components. Entity.components is a single component. Aha. Yes, this won't work for adding a new one, but I do have to use the update type when I'm adding a new one. So match is rightly undefined. So this is not allowed to have an exclamation mark. I think it should be like that. Either the match or something that is just a new object. But in here, I need to pass it through the update ID. ID equals component update.component ID. Well, type, sorry. Type. No, this isn't right. What am I doing? These belong somewhere else. These belong in here. Component is yeah, that's fair enough. All right. Try it again. Okay, that part worked. I spoke too soon about Twitch. Everyone just vanished as soon as I mentioned Twitch. I've heard people don't like getting attention, but wow. All right. I'm pretty sure these come through in that format at this point. I'll give this a go. I'm half expecting this to fail just because my test is probably broken. Like, I'm not sure about this comparison code down in here. Oh yeah, this is wrong. New component ID dot to proto. Run that again. That worked. Awesome. Okay. In fact, I don't need server-side component here because we're applying deltas that are being generated by the server. So these are always going to have IDs on them. Just remember, the use case here is the server has generated a diff for the client, and it's now updating its own local copy of the client state. So by the point this code gets called, even if the component came from the client, it will have an ID because the server will have added it, fetched that back out of the database, and is now telling the client about its own component. So this is okay. Can we add an attribute? What am I doing? On autopilot, apparently. Okay. A similar code to start with. This update is going to be different. Let's come in here, entity ID, that's fine. I'm not doing a new entity ID. All I'm doing is updating an existing component. We do an update. The type doesn't matter, but we do pass through an attribute. Yeah, let's just do a hello world attribute. Then I'll do something similar to this. I expect there to be a single component, and that first component should be that. The type should be, what do we set the type to up in here? I thought I specified a component on these by default. Yes, I do. So we should have something called comp, and it should have something called key and value. So this should be comp. It should have key, value, and hello world. I'd be pretty impressed if that test works. That is surprising. My guess is it's not detecting for some reason that this already exists. Ah, yeah, here we go. I'm pretty sure that this is meant to be, assume this is an object ID. No, it's a string. We know that all our components definitely have IDs, so I'm just going to do the dodgy and put an exclamation mark on that one. And what happens now? Still no good. Partition single is not finding that item. Why not? Components, we've got a single component. It's got a hex ID. We're getting a component update. Okay. My guess is that it's something to do with this equality operator. I don't get why these wouldn't be equal, but let's just get an evaluation on that. Doesn't like it, why not? UUID is not defined. That's a bit annoying. All right. Why can't I put a breakpoint on? I want to put a breakpoint on here. What? I'm confused. I should be able to put a breakpoint on my predicate. Yeah, here we go. There's my predicate. Rerun my test. Now, inside here, I should be able to do an evaluation of that. No. This is frustrating. Okay. Uh, okay, this isn't ideal because if what happens if we received an update that didn't have an ID? Oh well, we know that. Yeah, the code that generates these absolutely guarantees that all components have IDs. And that's tested elsewhere. I wish I could easily solve this with TypeScript, but for reasons I won't go into right away, that's it's not trivial, unfortunately. One of these days I might refactor things so that I don't need these exclamation marks all over the place and have a slightly different type for the component updates and components and things where I know that there's definitely an ID on them. But today is not that day. All right, so then in here, I want to do just a return component ID. Do I have an equals on here? I thought I did have an equals. Nope. I might have to bring Lodash in. Yeah. Yep. I assume I don't already have Lodash. No. All right. So you guys can't really see what I'm typing here. I'm just installing Lodash. There we go. All right. Let's try that. We come in here. Our update ID is some buffer ending in 235106. And, oh, where's my... Tell me it's not going to tell me what update ID is. It's not going to tell me what update ID is. It's somehow optimized it out. That's a bit of a worry. Oh no, here it is. It's update ID and component ID. All right, component ID is the same. I didn't mean to jump so far through. There we go. That looks good. So there was definitely bugs in there. Which is really good that that I'm finding these bugs. I find testing very frustrating when you're only seeing problems in your unit tests and not actually finding any legitimate bugs with them. So did that work? Let's just rerun this test without the debugger. Still doesn't work. And the reason is yep, this is another bug. I'm expecting no, it's not. We store Mongo IDs in here, so I think this is just a mistake in my test. Run it again. Sorry, just had to mute for a moment there. I may have to mute just briefly a couple of times. So if you see my mouth moving but no audio coming through, don't worry, it's just because I'm talking to someone else. I will have to finish up very, very soon though, because my children just got home from school, and so I will have other stuff to do. In fact, I have to finish up immediately. So I'm just going to go off and do a bunch more of this testing. I'll have I'm expecting to get a devlog episode out this weekend, so Sunday morning US time, and hopefully streaming again on Monday morning. So until next time, I'll catch you around and